Good morning once again, distinguished guests, and for just those walking into the room, a warm welcome once again. Today is Forest and Land Use Day, here today at the UNEP Pavilion. We've heard in the earlier presentation that the financing flows for nature is at a negative by $7 trillion per year. So that's a whooping amount of $7 trillion, and this is likely an underestimate. But this gap also provides us with an opportunity to explore a myriad of solutions. And it is now my pleasure to introduce the next session titled Everything, Everywhere, All at Once, Supercharging Forest Solutions to the Climate Crisis, moderated by Mr. Gabriel Labate, head of the Climate Mitigation Unit at UNEP. Gabriel, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'll be the moderator of the event. Welcome to UNEP, your house. And representing about 80 to 90% of the global plant biomass and much of the Earth's terrestrial biodiversity, forests play a key role in both mitigation and adaptation. And they also provide livelihoods, income, food to indigenous communities and local communities. However, so far, humans have removed about half of forest ecosystem worldwide. This is an immense loss to those that live in them. It is an immense loss to the climate and the global community as a whole. In terms of emission reductions, every year, the loss of forests equal about the 27 countries combined of the European Union. We are running out of time, and that's why the title of this event is Everything, Everywhere, All at Once approach. In this dialogue today, we will hear from representatives from Brazil, from Peru, Indonesia, Republic of Korea, Cameroon, and the ICBCM. We will discuss a set of tools, strategies, and actions to address the challenge of reaching net zero deforestation by 2030. And with that, we will show you a trailer ready to go.
Time is running out. Our world, our very existence is under threat. Entire cities and countries are being submerged by rising seas. Wildfires are devouring forests and communities, and monstrous storms are destroying everything in their path. These aren't distant nightmares, but our present harsh reality. We've made some progress adapting and building new technology to reduce the impact of climate change. But the root causes are the very foundation of our everyday life. Transportation, energy, agriculture, raw materials. These things sustain us, but if we remain careless in our consumption, they have the potential to destroy us. Look at our forests. They provide abundant resources, and yet we continue to destroy them, turning healthy forests into barren deserts. What if we start to see forests as more than just a source of economic necessities? What if we embrace them as one of our biggest tools against climate change? What if we invest in our forests so they can purify the air we breathe, regulate the water we drink, absorb and store CO2, prevent floods and erosions, provide habitat for wildlife, balance ecosystems? Saving forests and using them to curb climate change is within reach, but we need to be doing everything everywhere all at once. Imagine a future with no forests, where cities and local communities are concrete and barren. Our lives, our livelihoods, our future is all at risk. Now imagine another future, where forests are valued and protected, where people live in harmony with nature, and efforts to save them are rewarded with benefits shared by all. Which future do you want? Without forests, there is no future. We are out of time.
And with this opening, I would like to invite Ms. Inger Andersen. She is the Executive Director of the United Nations Environment Programme and is in this event in representation of the UNRED program, which is the biggest interagency program and is composed by the UN Development Programme, FAO, and UNEP.
Hello and good morning. It's a pleasure to see so many people here and such a distinguished panel. Thank you, and thank you, Gabrielle, for convening this on behalf of UNRED, and you're very welcome to the UNEP Pavilion, everyone. Look, we just saw this film here, and we heard from Gabrielle that we are stuck in a loop of broken promises. The data speaks very loudly. The deforestation rates are up by 4%, accompanied by a 6% increase in gross emissions from deforestation compared to the previous year. And projections from our 2023 emissions gap report tells us that we are likely to see a 3% increase in greenhouse gas emissions by 2030, not decrease. And we know that if we want to hit 1.5 degrees, we need to see a 42% decrease by 2030. So, ladies and gentlemen, friends, partners, we're going in the wrong direction. And as temperatures soar, climate ambitions remain insufficient. We've seen some good progress here, but not enough. And so I really want to say that fully implementing the NDCs under the Paris Agreement, stretching for the next round of NDCs that come up in 2025 is absolutely critical. The consequences are dire if we, as we sort of get closer to possible tipping points, because just imagine for a moment the horror if the Amazon, this icon of biodiversity, which is now in some places teetering on the edge of becoming savanna, that's not the road we want to journey, obviously. So this is a global crisis, a tipping point that recent scientific studies have highlighted, and if we hit this tipping point, then obviously a worst-case scenario would be real. And it would endanger the equilibrium of the world as we know it, weather patterns as we know it, and rainfall, harvests, etc., as we know them. So the climate goals are literally everywhere, but at the end they are anchored in our forests. And let's not forget the untapped element of nature-based solutions, especially, obviously, forests. So forests alone can contribute 4 gigatons of emissions reductions. So the time for forest commitments without quantifiable actions has to end. We know that 80% of the NDCs include forest and land use. Let's make sure that they're quantifiable. Statements are easy. Can we measure them, please? The top 20 deforestation emitting countries lack solid plans with clear dimensions of measurabilities. There is ambition there, which we celebrate, but let's help them develop those quantifiable targets to avoid a repetition of unfulfilled promises. We have a chance right now to get this right. We need to see funding increase for nature-based solutions and services, and we have to undo the trillions of negative finance that impact on forests. We need to see a much better price on carbon that we get by tightening and having transparency in the market and good monitoring and verification, and I think we have some from that side also on our panel here. Carbon markets, both the voluntary as well as the compliance market, could provide real scale and agility to finance forest conservation. And the truth is, and you will hear this today, that it is entirely possible. Nature is very, very forgiving. It forgives us our trespasses much more than we know, because if you just give nature a little break, it bounces right back. It's not magic. It's just nature. But if you push it beyond its sustainable ability to regenerate when it has become completely barren, then it needs real restoration. But if it's still standing forest, curtail grazing, curtail deforestation, and it will come back. So this is not hopeless. And that's why we are here, but we are calling for everything, everywhere, all at once. Let's get it done. Thank you very much for coming. And I have to apologize because I have to run, but I thank these brilliant people for being present. It's wonderful to see you again, Madam Minister, and it's wonderful to see this distinguished panel here. Thank you very, very much indeed. Thank you.
And our next speaker is Mr. Daniel Ortega. Daniel is a person with a very long trajectory in policy making and forestry issues. He has been Minister of Environment of Ecuador. He holds now the position of the Director of Forest Carbon and Climate Program at Michigan State University. He is also the co-chair of the expert panel at the Integrity Council for the Voluntary Carbon Market. So Daniel, thanks for being with us. Daniel, we started this event talking about a toolbox and using everything we have at hand. Coming from the ICBCM, from the Integrity Council, tell us the question of, I think, of the decade. Is it possible to achieve high integrity in carbon markets? And what are some specific principles, strategies, and actions that should countries and stakeholders undertake to ensure we get there? The floor is yours.
Thank you very much for that kind introduction, and I apologize that I have to go first, the ministers. It's just I have to run to another event, but please forgive me. And I'm very humble for your kind introduction, Gabriel. When you hear what I have been working in the last few years and you see my face, it doesn't match, right? I know, I saw your faces. But I try to believe that as Gabriel, we are committed to deliver for forests, in particular for forest people and forest countries. Let me add to what Inger indicated. So on top of that unfulfilled promise, we are also in developing countries, we are facing severe levels of debt. So listening yesterday at the panels, we were with Ghana, they indicated that they have expended about $200 million of fiscal resources to put together the RED Plus action. And they just received $15 million in payments. So when we think about the cost that this represents to really take action from the government side to protect the forest, it's not an easy task. We know that we have that responsibility. We have the capacity at the jurisdictional level to enforce the policy arrangement and to control illegal logging, but it has a cost. So when we talk about voluntary carbon markets, we believe that it is one of the available tools that can really mobilize finance at a scale without compromising additional levels of debt. No más deuda, ministra. Hay pocas herramientas. I think there are so few tools that can actually mobilize finance without compromising additional debt. However, we need to keep two things in mind. First, the voluntary carbon market should not replace real decarbonization efforts by companies, by governments, and by society. We are perhaps one complementary tool that is ready available to deploy this finance, but we were lacking credibility. There were a lot of issues of trust. There were technical issues as well with respect to forests on additionality and permanence. But I think we are reaching to a turning point. Not everything has been resolved, but I think we are in the right track. And let me speak a little bit about the ICBCM, the nature of it and its role. We are an independent body of private actors that is trying to put together the best practice available in the current market infrastructure, improve what is needed for the private sector. So this is, let's say, soft regulation. There has been other examples of soft regulation coming into real practice of the law, like the Task Force on Climate and Risk Disclosure. And we are very fortunate at this point of time that our rule book that was recently released in June has been recognized by the UK government and is used as reference during the public consultation. And also the United States Commission on Future Exchange has also recognized that there is some value on this rule book. And this makes us very humble. Let me speak why some jurisdictions are reflecting on the CCPs perhaps as a source of inspiration to develop their own national strategies to access carbon markets, but do it with high integrity. Is that we put together 3 major areas that were requiring additional support. One has to do, as you may recall, what the Integrity Council does is that we provide guidance to carbon crediting programs, right? That's our subject of, let's say, regulation. We will be assessing carbon crediting programs where they align to the core carbon principles, which is a set of principles that we have published. And we will also be scrutinizing credit categories, and that is different types, forest, renewable energy, and the others, but we will be looking very closely to the methodologies that have been put forward by carbon crediting programs. Not because we don't trust them, no. We want to provide the public the information they need to trust them and to ensure that carbon crediting programs and everybody in the ecosystem is delivered on high integrity. So these 3 major areas that the core carbon principles entail have to do first with governance, how decisions are made in the carbon crediting programs, where they are managing conflict of interest, whether there is transparency in the management of registry and disclosure of information so that anybody in the world can access to every single project documentation that is there, the tools that were used to calculate emissions, and so far. The second area is emissions impact. So we have a set of rules that have to do with additionality. For those of you that are not quite familiar with the voluntary carbon market, this instrument is a new financial asset, right? That in addition to mobilize private finance, it has a particular characteristic that it only mobilizes finance to projects that otherwise would not have occurred, right? Voluntary carbon market is not for anyone that can do action and does not do it. This is an incentive for those projects that otherwise would not be feasible, like forest protection, like establishing a renewable energy in some countries. So we have ensured that there are provisions for additionality, for permanence, for robust quantification, and so on. But lastly, and not least, we have introduced a set of requirements that addresses safeguards and sustainable development measurement and impact. With this, I address Gabriel's questions. We believe, and we are seeing some jurisdictions looking at this framework as a source of inspiration to develop their own national crediting programs, which will ensure interoperability, full fungibility, and flows to scale. Thank you.
We are honored to have with us Ms. Albina Ruiz. She is the Minister of Environment of Peru. She will address the audience in Spanish, and I will do my best to translate into English. So first I'll ask the question in English, then the Minister will respond. We will soon be halfway through 2030. 2030 is the moment in which the global community twice, not just one, twice, committed to achieve net zero deforestation. Peru is a key country in this process. It holds a vast array of forests. And the question to Minister Ruiz will be the contribution of Peru towards achieving this goal. What is that Peru can show us, lead us in getting to 2030 and achieve net zero deforestation?
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'm sorry, but I am speaking Spanish because it's better for my heart. En Perú, a lo largo de los años, Perú en realidad tiene baja deforestación. No es uno de los que aporta deforestando. Pero sí es importante señalar que nosotros estamos revisando hoy en día nuestra metodología. Cuando llegamos a la gestión, encontramos que se paga, el mercado voluntario paga a aquel que está deforestando y deja de deforestar. Pero ¿qué pasa con aquellas comunidades, sobre todo nuestras comunidades indígenas, que están conservando de siempre y ellos no reciben nada? O sea, eso no puede suceder. Yo quiero hacer un llamado a PENUMA también que nos acompañe en esta propuesta. En realidad, quienes deberían recibir más dinero no son aquellos que están deforestando y dejan de deforestar, sino aquellos que están conservando ancestralmente, que son nuestras comunidades nativas y que no están recibiendo. Entonces nosotros desde Perú estamos revisando hoy nuestra metodología y queremos hacer una propuesta mundial para que esto sea así. Tengo que parar, ¿no?
Peru has a low deforestation rate, even though Peru is revising the methodology to estimate the loss of forests. And a key point is that we need to support, we need to help those that are actually conserving and defending these forests. And a key group is Indigenous peoples and local communities. The minister was wondering, is it fair that money should flow to those that are actually cutting the forest, deforesting, instead of actually redirecting these resources to support those that actually are defending them? And if I could add, sometimes at the cost of their own lives.
Por ello, nuestra metodología lo venimos trabajando directamente con ellos. Perú es el único país que tiene una plataforma de comunidades nativas que trabajan con nosotros todas nuestras propuestas que traemos a la COP y que llevamos cada año. Y justamente en esta escucha que hacemos es que ellos nos piden qué pasa con nosotros, porque son las comunidades nativas sobre todo que en defensa de sus bosques incluso están siendo muchos de ellos asesinados, porque las actividades ilegales están detrás de nuestros bosques. No solamente hay tala de bosques, hay minería ilegal, hay narcotráfico y todo esto afecta al bosque. ¿Y a quiénes son los más afectados? Son las comunidades nativas. Y muchas veces están peleando solos. Necesitan del gobierno, pero también necesitan de recursos. Y Perú este año está trayendo una propuesta a la COP28 y es la creación de un fondo climático para mujeres indígenas, porque las mujeres son las más vulnerables. O sea, ya de por sí el cambio climático afecta más a la mujer, pero si esta mujer es rural y encima es nativa, le afecta muchísimo más todavía. Entonces necesitamos fondos en realidad que vayan a cubrir esas necesidades, a visibilizarlas, pero también para que ellas sean capaces de decidir qué hacer con esos fondos y cómo generar mejor desarrollo en sus comunidades.
And that is why Peru is working on this revised methodology together with indigenous people and local communities. And these are the same communities asking us what happens with us, those that are defending the territory at the cost of loss of life, facing illegal mining, facing illegal drug trafficking. Peru is coming to COP with a proposal to establish a fund for women that are indigenous people and women in local communities. It is already difficult in so many parts of the world if you are a woman, if on top of that you come from an indigenous people community or a local community deep in the forest, it's even more difficult for you.
Finalmente, nosotros tenemos el Registro Nacional de Mitigación, que ahora estamos trabajando también de manera conjunta con las comunidades, con las propias empresas y también con la academia, la anidación. porque es importante trabajar en ello. Muchos nos dicen, ¿cuándo sacan los informes? Pues porque justamente lo que queremos es visibilizar este trabajo que hacen las comunidades. Es que estamos ahora en esta revisión y hemos pedido también a las certificadoras internacionales que hagan la modificación de sus metodologías, porque estas metodologías internacionales que venden el carbono también solamente están pensando en pagar a aquel que se detiene en la deforestación, más no al que está conservando permanentemente, y creo que sí se tienen que hacer esos cambios. Nosotros desde Perú pedimos esos cambios, que se hagan porque son necesarios realmente, y es la única manera de seguir manteniendo el bosque en pie. Nosotros tenemos otra premisa. Nosotros decimos que la única manera de mantener el bosque en pie es si tenemos cadenas de valor productivas sostenibles. O sea, hacemos uso de los recursos del bosque, pero de manera sostenible. Y otra vez allí necesitamos apoyo porque podemos mejorar, poner en valor los productos, pero si no garantizamos el mercado, nada hacemos. Podemos mejorar la productividad, podemos agregarle valor, pero tenemos que cerrar el ciclo con el mercado. Y ahí nuevamente necesitamos recursos, necesitamos de la sabiduría de todas las organizaciones internacionales que nos ayuden. Perú está abierto a seguir trabajando juntos y queremos levantar esta voz, por favor, de que miremos más hacia nuestras comunidades ancestrales. Muchas gracias.
The country is also working on having a national registry on mitigation. This registry is also being geared to accommodate issues of nesting, that is the compatibility between actions happening at the ground and those happening at higher levels. Peru is also asking standards in the voluntary carbon market to revise the methodologies and make sure that indigenous people and local communities get the reward and the help they need. But apart from that, it's also important to strengthen the value chains. Those are the change of commerce and trade that actually will make forests more valuable when they're alive instead of dead. There is a need of support for that. Peru is welcoming the support that the international community can provide in protecting forests, in protecting indigenous communities, local populations, and we'll warmly welcome you if you can support along this journey. Ministry, thank you very much. It has been a pleasure to have you here. Our next speaker is Mr. Raoni Rajar. He's from Brazil. He's the director of the Control Office, the Office of Control for Deforestation. He's also the person responsible for REDD+ activities in the country. Thank you very much, Raoni, for being with us. Brazil will be the host of COP30 in Belém. It will find us half the way through 2030. Brazil has achieved an incredible results in a very, very short time, decreasing deforestation in the Amazon. Now that will need to be maintained and actually transform into an economy that will value the forest standing instead of felled. And since we are in a panel on hosted by UN Red, the question to you is that how Brazil sees the potential of Red Plus payments to finance this transition towards a bioeconomy in Brazil. Over to you.
So good morning. Thanks very much for inviting me. It's a pleasure to be here. So Brazil has been working very hard since January in this new administration to revert the tendency of growing deforestation that we have had. And indeed, we had already some very important results under the leadership of Minister Marina Silva and Secretary André Lima, that's here with us. We managed to reduce deforestation by 50% from January to November compared to the same period of last year in the Amazon. So that's indeed possible to reduce deforestation drastically, but it comes at a cost. And in order to finance that, we need resources. And it's important to consider the multiple ways in which you can bring resources into the country. Specifically in relation to RED, as you know, there are market approaches and on-market approaches. Of course, we want to continue and expand into no-market approaches, especially in relation to donations to the Amazon Fund. We have managed to attract additional donors such as the United Kingdom, Denmark, the EU, Germany also made additional pledges, and the United States also made additional pledges. So we are indeed strengthening that side, and that's very important to highlight that. Also because, and I would like to emphasize this, voluntary markets, companies helping to reduce emissions is no substitute for climate finance. Countries, developed countries, they have to pay their share, and there is no way in which the private sector should replace that role. And that's why it's very important to keep strengthening no-market approaches and climate finance. However, when it comes to market approaches, then you have many different tools at hand. You have those that generate credits or generate results, mitigation results, which are compatible, which are part of the convention. And it's important to highlight that it only happens when you have a reduction of emissions or you have carbon sequestration. Avoided emissions, so when you have a lot of forest, no risk, no deforestation, it's not basically possible to generate carbon credits from there according to the convention. And I understand the need of local communities, especially those that do not pose risk, especially those that are concerned, and especially indigenous communities that deserve resources to protect their areas, but we should not torture methods to scream credits, because that's not leading to high integrity carbon markets, that's not leading to results which are reflected at the atmosphere. That's why Brazil is proposing a new mechanism, so Forest Forever, that pays by hectare, and it has nothing to do with carbon. It pays for the ecosystem services provided by the forest, and it's basically an endowment fund. So countries are going to donate to that, and then have return, they have interest paid back, and by reinvesting that money at a high interest rate, that's going to feed into the fund and enable a continuous amount of money coming to the fund and paying for the local communities, even those that do not have risk, even those that could not generate carbon credits. Because if you look, for instance, in the case of Brazil, only 2% of deforestation in the Amazon takes place inside indigenous lands. And of course, they deserve much more than 2% of the revenues from carbon credits. And that comes to my second point. One thing is the generation of carbon credit. The other one is the distribution of the benefit from carbon credits. For instance, we just approved within the Amazon Fund, remembering that's a fund that receives money based on reductions, it's not avoidance, it's on reductions. And we have decided that even though only 2% of the results are linked to deforestation in indigenous land, we are approving a project that is above 5% of the remaining credit, of the remaining money inside the Amazon Fund, could be even bigger. And that's why we believe that we should basically take the result that quite often comes from fighting deforestation against illegal activities. And of course, the illegal perpetrators should not be the ones earning the credits. It should be something which are based on a national accountability, as it is in the convention, and then distributed for those in need, distributed for those that actually deserve it. And finally, in order to achieve high integrity carbon market, we might have, for instance, some projects that see themselves and would like to be high integrity carbon projects. And for that, then we need to align that with the national strategy for REDD+. So because even though you might have some private companies that verify certain types of activities as REDD+, it's not real REDD+, because real REDD+ is what under the convention, and there are some activities called REDD+ that are not under the convention. And also we have a problem of baseline compatibility. So if a project which might happen based and aligned with the national REDD+, it's aligned with the convention. So I think it's important to include them in the national accountability to take out of the amount that a country might receive or sell as carbon credits for the voluntary market, might even receive as donations. Because in the end of the day, the results happen only once on the ground, so we have to account for them. But it's important to really separate what are the projects that are actually aligned with the national strategy, and also the projects that are indeed real REDD+, not those that only use REDD+ as a marketing approach, because of course there is a difference there. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Raoni. And your intervention really is at the core of this event in terms of everything, everywhere, all at once. We hope that carbon markets will contribute, but we also hope that the fund proposal by Brazil will actually be hopefully bigger than that. Now it is my honor to present Dr. Haruni Krishnawati. She's a special advisor to the Ministry of Environment. She is coming here in representation of Mr. Dohong, the Vice Minister for Environment and Forestry in Indonesia, who he couldn't attend due to other commitments. I'd like to switch now a bit and go into more of a technical issue, which is becoming key, not only to put in place mechanisms like carbon markets, but it will also be very, very, very important for the Brazilian proposal for this Global Tropical Fund. Dr. Krishnawati, Indonesia has been at the forefront of setting up strong registries. And these are key to deal with issues of double counting, being able to nest projects, as Raoni was indicating us. Could you share with us the advances of the Indonesian registry and its contribution to having proper accounting?
Thank you, Gabriel. Thanks for inviting us, Indonesia, for these sessions. And good morning, colleagues. In response to your question regarding the Indonesian climate registry system, first allow us to reiterate first regarding our Indonesia commitment that we continue its enhancing the commitment to reducing greenhouse gas emission, which is in accordance with its national commitment to the global climate change. And this commitment has been reflected in our involving nationally determined contributions, which where the emission reduction target has been increased and progressively increased, leveraging the both national capability and also international support. Recognizing the importance of achieving the NDC target, Indonesia has enacted the Presidential Regulation number 98 of 2021 concerning the implementations of carbon pricing to achieve the NDC target and also the control over GHG emission within the national development. This regulation mandates that every business, every entities, every institution engaged in the climate change mitigation and or adaptation must register this initiative and action into a national climate registry system, which is efficient as a comprehensive data repository GHG emission and also climate resilience, including the resource of funding, technology transfer, and capacity building, which is a pivotal step toward tracking progress, the target of NDC. For the successful implementation of the one data system of GHG emissions and climate resilience, of course, a collaborative approach among various stakeholders across Indonesia has been implemented, and such partnership requires a strong commitment, harmonized interaction between stakeholders for each ministry, for each stakeholders. And this will ensure the sustainability and the availability of comprehensive data at national and subnational level, and of course, in terms of setting up the reliable reference for both national and international reporting requirements and facilitating the effective tracking of the progress toward the NDC targets. And how the strategy that Indonesia has been taking in terms of complexity of monitoring, reporting, and verifying the actions, we have been implemented through the centralized data repository, transparency and accessibility, standardized method for reporting, monitoring and reporting, of course, engaging with stakeholders, regular updates and review, capacity building and technical support, and of course, alignment with the international standard, which are all important in integrating the national efforts into the global climate action framework. And for each, actually, for example, for centralized data repository, the system serves as a centralized platform where a climate related data and actions are recorded, and they will ensure that data information is consistently collected and stored to track the progress and identify areas that need more attention. And in terms of transparency and accessibility, making the data accessible for the public and international body, how the transparency is not only build trust in the system, but also allow the verification and support, ensuring that the reporting action are indeed being implemented. And we also develop the standardized methods for reporting. They also include in our registry system by establishing the method for reporting climate actions and their impacts. The system will ensure the consistency and comparability of data across different sectors and regions. And as we mentioned before, involving the stakeholders across the ministry, across the stakeholder in Indonesia is also very, very important to maintain the sustainability and also the workflow from the national climate registry system. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Krishnawati. A key activity in UN-RED is knowledge sharing and South-South cooperation. And I'm sure that there is much to learn from the Indonesian experience in setting up and running a registry. Now it is with great pleasure to turn to our next speaker, Ms. Cécile Mchevet. She is a distinguished advocate in the fields of women, land tenure, and communities' rights. She is also a UNEP champion of the Earth 2022, and with a long experience in issues of participation of local communities in the protection of forests. Cécile, In UNRED, we invest significant time on social and environmental safeguards, making sure that the protection and conservation of forests is carried out with full respect of people that live in them. And the question to you is, if you could share with us examples in which the upholding of these safeguards have actually worked and made a difference to the people that inhabit these forests. And this is actually two questions into one. What is that we should improve? Over to you.
Thank you. I'm really happy to be part of this. And I would like to also add that I'm a forest champion, already retired forest champion, and I'm very happy to meet Mr. Director General of the Korean Forest Service, who handed me my award last year in Seoul, North Korea. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you for the question. I think I would like to start by commenting the event and the title is there. Everything, everywhere, at once. This is extremely significant and relevant to the situation we are living in today. And let me come back to the safeguard to say that, yes, the safeguard are extremely important, and thanks to Brazil for the example, it's very exciting. I think that we need to make sure, and I'm happy, even in this panel, everybody is recognizing the key role Indigenous people and local communities are playing to sustain our forests and to restore our forests. And that's what we have been struggling to achieving for decades now. And yes, the safeguard are something very useful, and it's working. In Cameroon, for example, when we started the REDD+ process in 2007, we were lucky that we had this safeguard, and that made our government understand that they need to include us in everything. And today I'm happy that it's not yet what we are looking for, but at least we have 35 to 40% of IPs and women and youth represented in decision-making structure at all levels in our country. And it's not only Cameroon, we have also worked in the DRC, we have worked in Central African Republic, in Cote d'Ivoire, in Togo, in Burkina Faso. And I think that our network is in 20 countries. The idea is to cover the 20 countries, and more are still to come. But maybe it's also important to share is about the challenges, and one of them is exactly what you have asked about tenure rights. Because today, even if we are really doing that, some people like women are still lacking the right to land and the right to forest. So the effort we are making in restoring forest is still limited because of lack of tenure right. I think we still have to work on that. We have pushed for regulation for law. In some countries, we have some improvement. For example, with the community forestry scheme that give more room to women to also improve their tenure rights. So I think these are schemes that we have to continue to support and make sure that they are really in all those countries where we are working. The second challenge is resources, access to funding. Let me say, the Director General is there. In Seoul last year, we took the solemn engagement commitment to planting 20 million trees. And we have that concept note. Until today, Director General, we have not been able to mobilize funding to make that happen. So this is really an issue. We have seen in the first video how forests are important. And, you know, I'm coming from Antarctica. I've spent 21 days that I left Antarctica to here. And the situation we are living in forest is also in forest area is impacting the Antarctica, which is now also in danger because of the climate change. If we don't take concrete actions, if we don't really put resources where the resources need to be, we will continue to come to COP and to speak, nothing will happen. The forest and the Antarctica will continue to disappear, and the world will continue to be in great danger, because today we are in great danger. We don't need words, we don't need to talk, we need actions. And women on the ground and the youth have initiatives that have proven that it works. Please put resources into that so that we upscale what we are doing and the impact will be seen. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Cecile, for these powerful words. And now it's an honor to have Dr. Eugene Park. He is the Director General of the Korean Forestry Service, and Korea is also a very generous donor of the UN RED program and an advocate for forest conservation and sustainable use. And Dr. Park, please, if you could give us your words, and with that we will close the event.
Okay, thank you. Actually, my role is for the closing remarks, but I'd like to say some words before my closing. Actually, distinguished speakers and participants, it's my honor to be part of this great event, and a very good morning. First of all, I'd like to express my sincere appreciation to the participants and distinguished speakers. Right now, we have heard from the minister and distinguished speakers about the importance of forest. So everybody agree the forest is important. So forest can play a very important role to tackle the climate crisis and bring us, our nature back to our better lives and our future generations. But however, the forest is under threat. Everybody says same things. So even I just recalled some statistics. Between 2015 to 2020, we lost 10 million forests every year. So this not only reduces forest itself, but also increases the vulnerability of forest-dependent community and ecosystems. Therefore, we need to act urgently and collectively to promote and restore our forest. So we need to implement the commitment made to reach the global goals, such as 1.5 Celsius degrees, and we have many targets and many the commitment. But right before the Cecil already mentioned, we need actions. So we have to foster the innovation and collaborate actions across the sectors and stakeholders to share the best practices and to the lessons learned from the very successful stories. So for example, I'd like to share some Korea's experience. Korea started LED Plus project with some Mekong Basin partners, namely Cambodia, Laos, PDL, and Myanmar since absolutely the Indonesia, since 2015. So this is the very small scale pilot project, but we are very successful to scale up those projects. So the day before yesterday, we made a new MOU on the subnational jurisdictional level of Red Plus project with our partner, the Lao PDR. So, and also the technology is very important in terms of the monitoring and reporting and verification. So we will launch our own forest satellite in 2 years, and then we will share the image with our partner countries. So it is very important opportunity to improve our actions. So also I think that together we can supercharge the forest solution to the climate crisis and secure a more sustainable, resilient, and a prosperous future for all of us. In this journey, I think already my fellow speakers emphasized the women's and local communities, indigenous people. Their role is very important, so we have to listen to them. I'd like to recall that sometimes people say stakeholders, but some other expert told me they are not stakeholders, they are right holders. So we have to discuss with them. We have to listen to them. So thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Dr. Park, for being with us. Again, we recognize the support that Korea is providing to the UNRED program. We are grateful for that. And then it's time to wrap up the event. I would like to thank again to the distinguished panelists. Thank you, Dr. Prasnawari. Thank you, Cecile. Thank you, Raoni. And thank you all for being with us.
The key, carbon calamity, standing on the brink of a catastrophe. Do it green and do it cheap, offset and plant them trees, removal and store it deep. Invest in new machines, either way, carbon removal is the key.
Yo, let's talk about nature-based, you know what scale's the best. No need to reinvent, just take every piece of land we can get. Plant trees and agricultural techniques and respect. It's naturally the next step while developing climate tech.
Hold up, I think I smell some manure in your garden. You think we can just dig a permanent carbon, burn it as fossil fuels in our cars, and then what? Fix it with field farming, my friend, that's pure jargon.
It's a huge market, carbon credits protect trees. Imagine how effective those market mechanisms can be.
Effective, that's facetious, unprovable past pieces. Even the Amazon captures less carbon than it releases. You're too focused on cheapness, obsessing whether it scales. Keep the minnows in your bucket. Me, I'm hunting whales.
I really hope that fails. Nature is priority.
Dummy, I mean hunting whales metaphorically. The goal is removal is permanent, not a tourniquet. Removal is durable, so carbon can't burn again. And credits ready for anyone that's ready to purchase them.
Carbon calamity, standing on the brink of a catastrophe.
Do it green and do it cheap, offset and planting trees, removal and store it deep. Invest in new machines, either way, carbon removal is the key. Great if we could sit down and hear more about,
Good afternoon, guests and panelists, and welcome to the UNEP Pavilion. Today, our theme is Forest and Land Use Day. This morning, we already heard about a humongous challenge and a massive opportunity. The $7 trillion negative flow on finance to nature-based solutions, and also the opportunities to flip the flow of finance to nature. Then we looked more closely into the solutions to end deforestation and forest degradation and how we can do, or we should do, everything, everywhere, all at once. And with that, we open this session looking at ways at which we can restore what we've destroyed, entitled Empowering People, Strengthening Partnerships, Improving Ecosystem Restoration to Ensure a Climate-Resilient Future. It's moderated by Mr. Jerker Tamenlander, Director of Science and Policy at Ramsar Convention on Wetlands. Jerker, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and welcome everyone to this event organized in the context of the UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration. This event will showcase achievements and success stories in improving ecosystem restoration with a particular focus on world restoration flagship initiatives. You'll hear about knowledge sharing and collaboration. You'll hear about behavior change campaigns and tools, including joint efforts with UN RED. You'll hear about strategies and tools for tracking restoration effort and ensuring its lasting legacy through the framework for ecosystem restoration monitoring, the UN Decade's platform for keeping track of global restoration efforts. And you'll hear about existing and exciting innovative tools for finance. By highlighting the pivotal role of ecosystem restoration in addressing global environmental challenges, and not least climate change, and how it provides concrete, practical, and scalable solutions, the event will support decisions as well as actions towards ensuring a climate-resilient future. This event will have two panel discussions. There will be some opportunity to address questions from the audience. When we get into the panel discussions, I will introduce speakers as they are invited to take the floor and make their statements. But to set us off and put us on track, we'll begin by watching a short video on stories from the UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration. So please go ahead with the video.
We lost this balance of the healthy ecosystem. More and more area is covered by steppe fires.
Satu abrasi yang luar biasa hingga desa-desa itu banyak yang tenggelam.
De plus en plus les conflits augmentent.
Unless we understand that, this will be getting worse and worse.
But that doesn't tell the whole story. You can see this as the front line against climate change.
Wild ungulates such as saiga, their intermediate grazing pressure helps to maintain such habitats.
Restaurar a floresta não é fácil.
Pusimos lo que es granza de arroz, tierra, carbón.
挨了里苦的，吃了以后排出的粪便，他感觉到瞪着眼睛大啊。
O movimento da restauração não é só restaurar florestas, restaurar paisagens, restaurar vida.
It's the same needs, the same approach. So we need to act together.
Este es mi hogar. No hemos perdido la esperanza.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And just beautiful imagery, inspirational stories. Without further ado, I'd like to start us off with the first panel. So first panelist here today is Ms. Katrina Borromeo. She's a program management officer with UNRED and has a background in social sciences and in development communication. She'll speak to us about behavior change campaigns. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Jerker. I'd like to start with a premise that for restoration to be really successful and long-lasting, we need to be really addressing the root or the key drivers of nature loss. And it's quite well known across many academic studies that human behavior is actually really the one that is driving nature loss. So from our unsustainable consumption habits, our unsustainable human demand for forest and nature products, animal products, the rapid urbanization, and many, many more. But we also know that behavior is influenced by so many factors. It can be while you are growing up, this is the community that you grew up with, and this is the behavior that you adapted. And changing such behavior would take a long time. It would take changing social norms, structures, and systems. And to add to that complexity, humans are also not always that rational. So actually, I want to start off with a short quiz or just a show of hands here, because in terms of behavior, let me just. So the scenario is in a bustling Chinese city. A group of university students discover a small shop selling furniture made from endangered tree species called rosewood. So this is a very special tree species. It's endemic already and endangered, I mean. So the shop owner claims that the wood is sourced legally. What do you think their reaction would be? So A, buy the furniture without questioning its origin. B, express concern and discuss the impacts of selling such products, considering the endangered status of rosewood. And C, do nothing. So since it's after lunch, I would like you to stand up if you think it's A, sit down. No, raise your hands if you think it's B, and take a nap if you think it's C. So what's your question, your answer? A is stand up, B is raise your hands, and C, take a nap. I see some raised hands and taking a nap. It's actually taking a nap. They do nothing. Like they would still buy whatever because it's beautiful and it's that's what they want it for. They will not question where it's coming from. So see, this is what human behavior is looking like. So what we did, I'm gonna go into a flashback. We, to UNRED, my program, together with the UN Decade for Ecosystem Restoration, we run a campaign called Forests for Life. But this is not just your normal awareness-raising campaign. This is really targeting towards changing behaviors. And when we tried to do that, we wanted to be data-driven. So we did a survey across 3 cities in China, about 500 respondents. And what we found is that, of course, it's quite obvious, there is a disconnect between people's knowledge and their willingness to act against illegal logging or forest crime or illegal products sold in the market. But if you look at their scores of China, knowledge is really high. They know what they have to do, but they don't do it. There is that big gap. And a lot of people really cannot connect with forests and forest messaging. And in the Chinese culture, you also cannot tell them what to do, especially if rosewood, this very endangered tree species, is part of their daily lives and culture. So I would like to show you now what this campaign is looking like. But before I show you the video, I just wanted to share that what we did with this campaign is that we tried to connect to emotions rather than reasoning. We tried to offer them alternatives. We worked with furniture shop owners to really label their products And also, we tried targeting, reaching the young people more, so that, because it's mostly the young people who the parents or the elderlies would listen to, not really like someone else in some cases. So yes, it's just a snapshot because we don't have much time, but that's the Forest for Life campaign. I will play the video right now. It's already halfway through. We're halfway through the campaign and we're seeing some changes already. But as I said, behavior change takes time, and we hope that in the next 3, 4, 5 years, we can see some impacts of this campaign in terms of protecting and restoring rosewood and nature. May I play the video?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Katrina. And it's an interesting example just to illustrate that a knowledge or awareness gap is not always the major obstacle to action. That said, of course, knowledge and awareness are a critical foundation for action. So thanks. If you have questions, please save them to the end of this first panel so that we manage to get through all. Svetlana, can I invite you also to join this panel? However, you're not the next speaker. I'll give you a moment to settle. The next speaker is Mr. Marshall Bernoux. He's a Senior Natural Resources Officer at FAO, working in the field of climate change mitigation, and a doctorate degree in soil science and agronomy. And he'll speak to us about the framework for ecosystem restoration monitoring. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much. I guess I will stand up. It's better so you can see. Basically, I have a presentation. So that presentation is not me. It's you need me to sit because for the streaming, for the live streaming. So I will sit. And I will have a problem with my neck after, but it's fine. No, it's fine. So that presentation is not mine. I am from the Office of Climate Change, Biodiversity and Environment, so waiting to have the presentation on the screen. In the meantime, so I'm presenting on behalf of the team working really on the UN Decade on the Restoration that are hosted by our Division of Forestry, on a team led by Yelena Ingehold and Julian Fox. So we're really engaging quite regularly with UNEP on that and with Natalia Alexieva also. Perhaps I can anticipate, I can do without the slide also. So the question is, if I ask you, what is the global status on restoration? Can you straightforwardly respond? I guess we still have difficulties to understand how much restoration is going out there, because we have a lot of different actors, players, and we see a very good example. I really strong believer that we need to change the people, not only. So we change the mind of the way we are behaving. This is really the most important. So the commitment is there, 1 billion hectares. But how to aggregate the number? You have a patchwork of different platforms and initiatives. So at FAO, we realize that we have also an opportunity that is target 2 of the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework, the Convention. Biodiversity that have been really recently adopted. And we have the mandate from CBD to do that. So basically, we're developing a platform that one day you will see the slide. I guess it will be accessible to all participants after. So basically, the name is FIRM. So it's a framework on ecosystem restoration monitoring. So it's a system that will be the official monitoring platform for tracking global progress on disseminating good practices for the UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration, and really with the aim of reporting areas for the Montreal Global Biodiversity Target 2. So this is really what we aim. And that tool, that framework, has three components. One is a registry. So the second one is a geospatial tool and a search engine. So the registry, it's really to have in one-stop shop all the good practices for all ecosystems. You can go there and you can, if you're interested in one specific, you will find the research possibility. A geospatial tool for a better visualization, and we hope visualization can also sometimes support the change of the people we need. It's really important. Some people are more visual, and we need to have sometimes some such element. On the search engine for consultation, where you will look really for specific restoration activity or region, you can easily target that. So this is for us really an important UN flagship, and really FAO is fully engaged to support on that. So we have if you Google FERM, F-E-R-M, or just ferm.fao.org, basically you have access to it. It's really a collaborative platform. This is really what we want to see. Collaboration, because individual agency, individual project, it's really difficult to meet that really important target. So basically, this is only collaborating. FIRM can help really to compile data, help in the reporting, the monitoring, and the transparency, because we need really to respect the transparency. Transparency, we are here in the UNFCCC. You know, you have the transparency framework. All convention are calling for more and more transparency on what we're doing and what we're using. On other aspects, also on finance, for instance, it's most important to avoid double counting. So for that, we need really clear framework with clear definition, with registry. So this is really the aim of FIRM. In terms of collaboration on transparency pillar, let me just mention here that we are working closely with VOCAT, Panorama, GoPro4, on others. So we are fully really open to have more and more partners, and really to have that common ground with all together we can act. Perhaps I can use what we have seen the COP, unit. So first we need really unit to act all together. And you were supposed to see a QR code with more detail, but you can reach out to me, and I will pass you the contact also of my colleague Julia. So thank you for that opportunity.
Thank you, Marshall. And yes, hopefully we might get that QR code on screen. Otherwise, I'm sure you'll find it on the web or directly through Marshall. So thank you for that information. We are very short on time for this event, so I'll ask speakers to try to be very succinct. I'll ask people in the audience, when you raise your questions, eventually be also very succinct and precise so that we have a richer interaction. Svetlana Klimenko is a lead climate finance specialist in the World Bank's governance global practice. She's an expert in financial and non-financial corporate and government reporting, and she'll speak to us about innovative tools and financial mechanisms for ecosystem restoration. Svetlana, the floor is yours. Please, if you have slides, put them on screen, but please remember the very tight time we're under.
Okay, now it works. Thank you. So the World Bank has significantly scaled up our work on all issues related to the nature finance over the last especially year. And we look at different dimensions when it comes to this very broad agenda, right? So we look at the regulations, we look at the innovative ways to finance different parts of the value chains that collectively define this space. And big part of our work is focused on identifying sources of financing for areas which are particularly difficult to fund, such as this one. So we are chairing the task force on the restoration finance, and we are about to issue the report literally in the coming weeks, which summarizes a lot of work which we have done over the last year, looking at the challenges that exist in this space, including regulations, including the generation of the right revenue streams, etc. So if you could please click. What we also realized is that part of the challenge that for many stakeholders, this space is so new that they cannot even conceptualize what is being asked of them. So for example, if you work on Amazon and if you approach different stakeholders, including in financial sector, with the request to collaborate on Amazon, the first response is, of course, yes. The second question is, but what exactly do you want me to do? Because this is such a still very new space, especially for the private finance. So what we try to do in this report, which will be out very soon, is to summarize a few very concrete case studies based on the work that has been conducted up to date, so that stakeholders who would be interested to come into this space will have a very specific reference point. So finally, since I only have 4 minutes, right, we did look at the categories, and as you can see here, so we specifically looked at the governments, companies, financial sectors, and partners, because they all have their particular way of engaging with this agenda. So in this report, we are providing specific recommendations how these different categories of stakeholders could come into this space and contribute. And that would be very different from financial sector to company and to the government, right? So my last point on this is that this is, and it will continue to be probably one of the more challenging areas to address because of the profile of the underlying activities. So innovation would be particularly important in this. So on our side, we look forward to see what Brazil is going to do in particular in their G20 and COP. They will have this sort of stretch of 2 years where nature finance is going to be very prominent. And we would do our part in making sure that this area is addressed as part of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Svetlana. And of course, let's be reminded of the fact that finance is absolutely critical to making not only restoration, but also sustainable use and conservation work. There's not a shortage of finance per se, but there is a shortage of ensuring that that finance gets to where the action is needed. So hopefully this will take that forward. Thank you so much. In this first panel, our last speaker will be Maita Mohammed Al-Hameli. She's a section head at the Environment Agency, Abu Dhabi, with a decade plus of experience in marine conservation in the United Arab Emirates. And she'll speak to us about the World Restoration Flagship Initiative. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I'll be quick because we're running out of time, but I'll try to be to the point. In Abu Dhabi, we looked at restoration from a holistic perspective. We did not look at things in silo. We did not work on restorations in silo. We worked on a broader, from a broader perspective. So we worked on habitat restoration, focusing on mangroves and corals, and now moving into seagrasses. But we also looked at restoring fisheries, because there was a large depletion in fisheries. And I don't need to tell you, you guys have been here for a few days. You've seen how hot it gets in the afternoon. And we're in December. So you can imagine how much that takes a toll on our corals, especially when it is summer. So we pinpointed some key areas we need to look at, including corals. Of course, mangroves are always front and center because they do provide a lot of important ecosystem services, including being carbon sinks, fisheries nurseries, and they also act as the first barrier when it comes to coastal protection. There are a lot of challenges. Finance being the top challenge, finding financing and finding people to buy in. But I think there is a new hunger to invest in nature today, and it's becoming more and more obvious than it used to be in the past few years. I remember when I first joined the Environment Agency, we used to get most of our fundings from CSR projects as corporate social responsibility projects, but now we actually are getting fundings for the benefits that are coming out of these ecosystems. Of course, climate change is a huge player here because, like I said, the heat is unbearable in summer, and I think we've seen how it hit Florida's corals, how it hit the Mediterranean corals, and how it hit the corals in Australia. So just imagine the heat 10 times that here. And yet our corals are surviving and are thriving and are bouncing back after each bleaching event, which makes our corals not only important for us, but I think important for the world to come and look at as a living lab for climate change. This is how I like to put it. Of course, the local knowledge is available here, and we have a lot of good local resources when it comes to understanding our ecosystem, but when it comes to restoration, it's a bit tricky because restoration is fairly new. We have decade experience when it comes to mangrove. We're building our experience when it comes to corals, but we're finding seagrass is a bit trickier than the rest. Some of the things that we have done to make restoration more attractive is we are starting to focus on attracting finances. We're ensuring that there is a data flow and sharing of data, because if there is no data flow and there is no sharing of data, we will not know what our downfall is, and we will not know what your strong suit is, and we will not be able to benefit from what you know. And for example, I'll just use this as a quick example to wrap up because time. We have started to use, or we looked at using drones in planting mangroves or restoring mangrove areas in 2020. And we've run a 2-year program as a pilot study to understand if it is doable or not. And by harnessing the technology of drones to plant mangroves, coupled with local knowledge, we actually picked the brains of the older generation on how they used to restore mangrove forests and took the way they used to do it previously and incorporated it in the drones and managed to reach almost 50% success rate planting mangroves with drones, which is something we are quite proud of. As the Environment Agency, we are a regulatory body, so we have the policies in place and we have the regulations and the laws in place. But the tool we like to use, and I like to use this a lot, is the protected areas. And people do not understand how important protected areas when it comes to restoration. Protected areas, having protected areas, be it marine or terrestrial, is your first step into restoration. Conservation comes first. So if you are able to conserve the majority of your habitats, restoration is just the cream on top.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And a very good reminder that indeed protection and stress abatement are preconditions to successful restoration. So thank you for that. This brings us to the end of the first panel. We are very late on time. Nonetheless, we also started a moment late. So with your permission, I'll take a couple of questions from the floor if we have some. Should you have a question, please state your name, your affiliation, and a very succinct question, and if relevant, direct it to one of our excellent panelists. Please go ahead, sir.
Arif Rabik from the Bamboo Village Trust. A quick question, I guess, to all the panels. We work with social forestry, and so in terms of empowering people, you know, what's the critical gap that you see as a priority to bridge in 2023? You know, with the power of this COP and the momentum that's being built how can we move the needle right now in terms of empowering people?
You have the question. Do we have any takers? Please go ahead.
It's a very interesting and tricky question because a COP, it's a negotiation process. But it's not only the negotiation process, it's also the willingness of a COP presidency that can bring and push forward an agenda. So myself, as FAO, we are very pleased because we have seen, for instance, the Emirati Declaration on food system. So this help us. So you have also the negotiation. Agriculture, basically, they are stuck, but it's a negotiation process. So how to move things, it's really to put all together the policy angle, the negotiation, also showing and trying to move the things, so the co-presidency and the successive co-presidency. And you were mentioning Brazil. Brazil, for instance, they will have the G20 and indeed COP30, so we also count on Brazil, and all that can help. But then you need also to engage with the people, and this is basically what you were presenting. So the answer is not just you just do that or that and that. You have to combine policy, finance, and data, because also if you don't have data, and this is what I want to finalize, the firm, for instance, if you don't know what you are doing and how you have to address, basically, if you cannot monitor, it's difficult also to have the people engaging. So basically, those three pillars, policy, finance, data, tools, are interconnected, and this is the only way to move things, in my opinion.
Thank you for that.
Just to add to that, it's about doing everything, everywhere, all at once, and understanding the power of individual actions.
I think that's a good note to end this first panel on. Thank you so much, all four of you. Do stick around in case there should be more questions later. Let's move forward now to the second panel, and I'd like the panelists to join us here on the podium. We will have three speakers in this panel. First of all, and I will invite you one at a time, introduce you one at a time. Just please take a seat, Arif. Our first speaker will be Mr. Arif Rabik. He's the Executive Director of the Bamboo Village Trust in Indonesia, a non-profit that he has founded. Arif is an expert in bamboo cultivation, value-added processing, and investment in village-level production. And he'll speak to us about their efforts on ecosystem restoration. Please go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you. Which one do I use?
I think you can take your pick.
This one? Thank you. Thank you, everyone. So the Bamboo Village Trust is a philanthropic financial vehicle that believes that bamboo, amongst its friends, the agroforestry components in a bamboo-based agroforestry system, can really turbo boost the restoration of degraded lands, because of some of the unique qualities of bamboo and how when we take a lot of these learnings from ancient communities and reinvent the traditional technologies, and with philanthropic funding, help them to do the planning process to align their indigenous genius and local knowledge with modern silvicultural systems and markets, actually we can have amazing climate champions in the rural areas of communities that are adjacent to large tracts of degraded land. So, we talk about this thing called the restoration economy. This is a degraded tin mine in Ipoh in Malaysia, where we're planting indigenous species as well as Dendrocalamus aspera, a giant bamboo that can grow 30 meters tall. And yeah, we understand that actually in these degraded areas, people need time, the community needs time to figure out the way in which to make money and livelihood from the restoration process. So we designed a 4-pathway system where we use a little bit of AI and GIS mapping to do a site selection phase. And we really activate what we call a champion through a backbone landscape partner, which actually is what we're going around the world trying to look for. Sorry, I almost took you out there. And so looking for partners who are adjacent to degraded lands that can help us in a 3-year process build an operational plan, a business plan, a benefit sharing plan, the most important of them all, and a tenurial plan for these communities in a 3-year process to develop the right way that they can create what we call a restoration economy. And this champion then brings that to 200 households, and they do a farmer field school process for another 6 to 9 months. And after that, then they start seedlings and they start planting, etc. And so this first phase is a lot of what we've learned from other initiatives, and we really believe that bamboo in a bamboo-based agroforestry system can really turbo boost this process of creating this restoration economy. So we have started an RFP on the 30th of November. It was supposed to say that somewhere there. And so I invite anyone who knows any landscape partners who are interested in the livelihood approach of ecosystem restoration to reach out to us. We are part of the UN Decade of Ecosystem Restoration, and yeah, would be a pleasure to work with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for providing a wonderful example of genuine community engagement and genuine local benefit also from the restoration of natural ecosystems. Without any further ado, let's take our next speaker. Ms. Vera Voronova is the Executive Director of the Association for the Conservation of Biodiversity of Kazakhstan, which is a non-governmental, non-profit organization and partner of BirdLife International. She'll speak to us also on a World Restoration Flagship Initiative. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I would like to start to say that 50% of the grassland ecosystem and other open ecosystem are destroyed or fragmented, and only 5% of them are globally protected. And fortunately, Kazakhstan still remains the largest native grassland ecosystem in the world. And but to functionally to make this ecosystem optimal functions, we need a very healthy population of the grazers, which mean not only the wild animals but also the domestic, sustainable domestic livestock management. And without enough grazers, unfortunately, grasslands are very much vulnerable to decrease of the summer fires. And so to really face this issue, in 2006, we framed conservation initiative, which is called Altındala, and from Kazakh language is translated like a golden step. It's the partnership of the governmental and non-governmental organization to restore steppe ecosystem by using keystone species of the saiga antelope. The saiga antelope is the keystone grazers, and in the middle 20th centuries, there were more than 1 million animals present across this Eurasian steppe. But unfortunately, just during the 10 years between 1992 and 2002, we lost 90% of the population of these animals, and only 48,000 animals left across the country. And so this is, just a second. So yeah, and this is how that we decide that we need a proper strong collaboration between the government and non-government organizations. And from the beginning, we started from the research to provide the evidence for decision-making, for the capacity building. We used the satellite telemetry to give the data where anti-poaching activities should be focused. We used the helicopters and planes to do the aerial surveys, and to help to prevent illegal wildlife trade for the horns, because this was one of the reasons why saiga were poaching, because of the horns. We used to work with the Border Customs Service to provide some activities like the conservation sniffer dogs to prevent smuggling of the saiga horns. And also the data that we gathered was used to create the new protected areas in Kazakhstan, which is totally was more than 5 million hectares across the whole country. So showing for the graphic, we can see that it's very much globally remarkable recovery of the wild animals. And from the number that I mentioned, in the May this year, we have 1.9 million of individuals in the country, which is really great conservation success. And And what are the challenges in implementation? We are quite a young country with a very small population, just 20 million people, and a big country. And all economical sectors are very much struggling with the professional staff to deal with the conservation and environmental and even climate mitigation work. So we really invest a lot to come and build capacity from the school to universities, from the governmental agencies, and especially working with the protected areas and the rangers to provide trainings and lectures. And coming to the saying about other challenges, unfortunately it happened that our success is also to face our challenges. By having so many saiga, some of the area of the country, we have a local community who raise concerns about the competition for the pasture lands and the water resources. And now we are facing the new challenge when we need, and we are very much open for the best work practice to see how this human-wildlife conflict can be solved inside the country. And also, saiga is the not only historical species, which is very important for the steppe, and we try to bring wild horses and Asiatic ass back to the steppe in the reintroduction project in Kazakhstan, also working by not only the mammals, but also on the scavengers and the raptors, which is important for this landscape. This is example about, it's a very, just 2 slides. It's example about the challenges of the co-finances. This is the 600,000 hectares of the new protected areas, which was established by the government, but very much supported by philanthropic foundation. And this is example about how this can work. But what is the next? We're looking for the opportunities to co-finance our work by using the voluntary carbon market, and very much hope that work that we are doing in Kazakhstan can be also registered under the global standards that are developed by mentioning organization. So this is end from me. Thank you very much. And so we are really involving our work from not only conservation, but also conservation and sustainable use, which can bring the benefit not only for ecosystem, but for the local people and their livelihoods.
Yeah, thank you very much, Vera. And I think a stunning species conservation success, which has implications for ecosystem restoration, which has implication for the carbon dynamics of the ecosystem, and indeed part of the puzzle in solving the climate conundrum. So very, very interesting case study. Thank you so much for being here. Our last panelist in this session is Mr. Manuel Jaramillo. He's the Director General of the Fundación Vida Silvestre, Trinational Atlantic Forest Pact, which is an Argentinian non-governmental organization working to restore the Upper Paraná. And again, he will speak to us about one of the World Restoration Flagship Initiatives. Please go ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity. I thank you to be here. Actually, I feel really, really proud to try to represent more than 360 organizations that work in Atlantic Forest. And the reach of the flagship for us was really, really empowering and motivating initiative. And we were working together, trying to put in the same basket 2 big initiatives, the Pacto de Restauración de Mata Atlántica and the Red Trinacional de Restauración. It is the kind of 2 initiatives that grow from the bottom up at the beginning in Brazil with the Pacto for Restauración de Mata Atlántica, and after that in the 3 countries, supporting not only for Fundación Vida Silvestre or WWF, supporting for several organizations that is working very, very hard to try to recover the Atlantic forest. Atlantic forest is maybe one of the most endangered forests in the world. We only have no more than 10% remains, and it is really, really fragmented. And the restoration is a tool that we need not only to recover the forest, to recover the connectivity for several species. Jaguar is maybe our flag species. We have a flag species for a flagship, and it is a very nice option to try to promote the restoration as an opportunity, not only to recover forests for people, for water, but for connectivity too. And it is important to understand that, as the video say, restoration is too expensive. And we need to be really, really strategic about we can decide to put money to restore it. And the restoration forest, in that case of the forest, is important to connectivity, and sometimes it's important to not the physical connectivity, mainly the functional connectivity, creating the space to the mobilization of species. And we are, we had 1 hectare per people. We are 140 million people in the region, and we have 145 million hectares of original forest. And the challenge maybe are the same that they had in another place in the world, but I think that we are really success to develop medium or small scale process of restoration, working with people, and there are cases with working with more than 400 families or 100 families to recover maybe 2 or 3 hectares per family. And it is important for us because it includes people, and it is restoration with people and for the people. And I think that it is a kind of nice scheme that it is possible to spread around the world. And maybe talking about the scalable solutions, we are trying to promote the use of the partnership between several organizations that work in implementation, that work in research, that work in promotion of policies, to get all to the same place and to reach more ambitious scale. Now, maybe there are 1 million hectares of restoration forests ongoing, but the idea is to try to, in the next 3 years, scale up to 300 hectares more, 300,000 hectares more, and in the next, we reach 5 million hectares by 2025. But besides to try to summarize, there is a QR that you could download the information about the flagship. But I want to try some messages that I was writing down in the meantime we are prepared the presentation. In that COP, we were discussing about the starting of the loss and damage found, and it is already in place. Restoration is a kind of reduce the damage and to recover the lost areas, and it is important for resilience and it's important for people. We need to use, as I know, the jaguar or another species, a flag species for the flagship, and obviously we need to protect areas. It is a first step to restoration, but we need to deliver, to stop the drivers of deforestation. It's not good enough to work in restoration if we don't stop the drivers. Sorry.
Thank you, Manuel. And I have to say, it's impressive, ambitious numbers on the screen, and numbers in terms of area, in terms of carbon, in terms of jobs. And this is what matters. So thank you for sharing that. We are very, very late. Apologies, I believe we can't allow any more questions, so we have to end it here. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you, panelists, for sharing your experiences, your expertise. Restoration is not a substitute for conservation. It's not a substitute for sustainable use, but it's absolutely critical to address historic loss. It's absolutely critical to address the recent ecosystem loss that stands in the way of achieving global goals and targets. To leverage that potential, it's really critical that we do it right. And so it's amazing to have this snapshot of excellent efforts that are underway within the UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration. And I encourage all of you to continue that discussion, to speak to each other, to go out there and speak to a broader audience so that we can continue to harness the power of restoration for climate and other outcomes. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone here in the room and online, and welcome back to the UNEP Pavilion, where we are celebrating Forest and Land Use Day. So today is quite a busy day. In the morning, we've heard about financial gaps and opportunities for nature-based solutions. Moving on to the toolbox of solutions to halt deforestation and forest degradations, like monitoring tools, safeguards, carbon markets, and IPLC local participation. And then we've heard of some very, very successful and innovative examples to restore ecosystems worldwide and what we need to keep this lasting. And now, finally, in this panel, we would look at the full scale of climate action in this session entitled Climate Action Showcase, Beyond Carbon, Realizing the Untapped Potential of Forests to Combat Climate Change, moderated by Ms. Mireille Atala, the Head of Nature for Climate at UNEP. Mireille, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Katrina, and it's a great pleasure for me to be moderating this event, and an even greater pleasure to see Ms. Maria Elena Semedo, Deputy DG of FAO, arriving to this event. Today we are hosting this in the UNEP Pavilion on behalf of 18 phenomenal partners that are the partners of the Collaborative Partnership on Forests. It's a great honor and a great pleasure to do that. I would like to, the objective of the event, for those of you who were in New York, we had collectively agreed to a declaration where, as a voluntary partnership, we said what we would be doing and how we would be supporting the goals for forests. So today, it gives me a great pleasure, with no longer delays, to invite Ms. Maria Elena Semedo of FAO, chairing the CPF, to give us her opening remarks.
Thank you, and good afternoon to all. Sorry to arrive late, but you know we have so many competing events that you need to run from one to another. But it's really a great pleasure for me to welcome you all as chair of CPF to this event, where forests take center stage as leading climate solutions for more sustainable, inclusive, and food-secure future for all. When we have been in COPs, when you mention to forestry, usually we look at forest at carbon sink, but forests can offer much more than that. And forests do much more for climate action. They are part of a bioeconomy that provides renewable materials in substitution of carbon-intensive material as a green jobs and employment opportunities. They have also a social role. Forest is home for the majority of terrestrial biodiversity and play a critical role in adaptation, in building resilience to agriculture system and people's food security, well-being, and livelihoods. And since we started this COP, we are talking about food system, transformation of agri-food system, and forests have an important role to play because, you know, in FAO we had a discussion of food system, and we call it agri-food system. Sometimes they don't understand, but we call it agri-food system exactly to bring forest and forest products to the definition of agri-food systems. And forests also cool the planet and regulate rainfall. All these functions benefit directly those that manage forests and further incentivize their production, sustainable management, and restoration. But despite the mitigation and adaptation potential of forests and their importance for biodiversity, the share of climate finance channeled to forests remain very small, less than 4% of total between 2009 and 2019. And it has been also a conversation here, how we can have the adequate finance to transform agri-food system and to bring to all the sectors in being part of agri-food system. Not only they are insufficient, but finance to agri-food system is declining. And this is a challenge we are facing. Today's event, dear friends, is to champion forests as our ally for climate action, both mitigation and adaptation, our ally for the protection of nature, and our ally for sustainable and food-secure future. Recognizing the critical role of forests, the collaborative partnership on forests, joint call to action and forests towards 2030, as it has been said, announced in New York during the summit in September, recalls for urgent need of action to protect forests, people, and the planet. In our joint call to action, we, CPF members, announced that we will strengthen our effort in 4 important areas: implementation and action, data science and innovation, finance and forests, and communication and awareness raising. It's time to build the momentum around the joint call to move towards implementation and action. And I think this is what we are here to do, how to move towards action. We have lined up here eminent speakers that they will share with us their insights in how we can unlock the full value of forests with actions that benefit the global climate, biodiversity, and food security agenda. How to bring forests, linking those through 3 agendas: climate, biodiversity, and food security. Without forests, limiting global warming to the agreed 1.5–2 degrees Celsius will be out of reach. We are part of the solution. Forests are part of the solution. But together, we can take action to ensure forests are climate champions for a sustainable and food-secure future to all. Thank you, and looking forward to listen to your insights and recommendations. Thank you all.
Thank you so very much for framing our side event better than anyone could have. It's a great pleasure now to call, on behalf of the private sector, Ms. Anna Uller, from Executive Director of Embrapa. Please, over to you.
Good afternoon, distinguished audience and gentlemen. First of all, it's a big honor to be here. I would like to thank FAO for the invitation, and especially Mr. Maria Helena Semedo and Amy Ducelli. That's a great friend from a couple decades ago in the Amazon when we were PhD students. Thank you, Amy. And then also welcomed me in the FAO last November as a fellow there. My words will address a little bit my personal experience working in the Amazon in the last 20 years with communities, supporting public policies and practical initiatives. The unlocking potential for forest products is really huge. There are more than 200 species in the Amazon that are traditionally used and traded since before the Europeans arrived in the Amazon and in Brazil. It's important to say that nowadays small farmers, traditional people, indigenous people manage more than 200 million hectares of the best preserved forest in the Amazon region. Embrapa, that I represent, it's a public research agriculture corporation, and works in the region in the last 50 years. We have 90 different research units and over 300 PhD researchers in there. We have been studying and providing technology solutions to at least 30 different species, related to 30 different species and value chains, such as manioc, açaí, cupuaçu, Brazil nut, fisheries, forest, oil species, and so on. One of our main bottlenecks are really structuring value chains from the forest to the final markets. Also, some bottlenecks are high production costs due to small scale and expensive logistics, the low price paid to local producers for raw material, need of increased processing plants or biofactories locally, training, and so on. I would say that carbon markets are one important goal, but they are still a very distant reality for local people in the region. What local people really want are markets that pay better their products, considering their value associated, yes, to environmental services and cultural services, investment in education, and especially also in infrastructure. So carbon markets are not a short-term solution for promoting bioeconomy and sustainable development in the tropics. The role of carbon credit governance should also be improved with more participatory approaches and direct payments to local communities. So finally, I would just stress that value changes of social biodiversity products should be prioritized, in special with more attention and funds and incentives to research, to small business support, and new models of public and private markets. Thank you.
Thank you very, they are mine. Thank you very much, Anna. Thank you very much, Maria Elena. I think you have set the stage and given us a lot of food for thought for our panelists. We have, unfortunately, lost 3 women on our panel today. Dr. Susan Gardner won't be able to join us. She's at the other end of the COP venue. Dr. Eliane will not be able to join us either. She is very, very ably represented by Christophe. And Sham will also not be able to join us today, and she's very ably represented by Ma. So today we have representatives of 3 CPF members, ITTO, the International Timber Trade Organization, C4 that does a lot of work on research, and the GEF represented by Pascal that has been financing quite a bit forests across different biomes and different types of ecosystems. Maria Elena mentioned in her opening remark the call to action that was launched and endorsed in New York earlier on. So I would really like to hear from all 3 of you, from your individual angle and entry points in this partnership. What are concrete pathways for CPF members, or for the GEFs, for example, specifically as a CPF member, to realize the full value of forests beyond carbon along the 4 focal areas that Maria Elena mentioned of our call to action? And if you can let us know what are the next steps that your organization plans on doing to implement the CPF call to action. And I will start with Pascal.
Okay, thank you. I say it all in one intervention, the 2 questions?
As you wish, we can do 2 rounds. Let's do 2 rounds.
Okay, as you wish. Okay.
Yes.
Now to respond to the first one. The GEF, by nature, goes beyond carbon. And for 2 reasons. It's a financial mechanism of the Rio Convention, so it provides co-benefits in terms of climate through other focal areas, biodiversity, land degradation. And the other one is the carbon credit is not what we can support, because it's a question of compensation. And we need to provide benefits. So we cannot finance systems that provide carbon credits because it's neutral. It's a zero-sum game. So by essence, I think GEF activities goes beyond carbon, no? Mm-hmm. Despite having this tremendous focal area on climate change and mandate on climate change. No? So I think the question is very relevant for the GEF. Having said that, okay, so we provide funding beyond carbon, but we know that it's very far from what is needed. It's just very, very small part. So what can we do strategically? First, we always speak about the gap, the financing gap. But to correct this situation, you have two approaches. Or you reduce the needs, or you increase the funds. So what is quite logical is to reduce the needs, no? And this is why our CEO is so keen on speaking about policy coherence. Let's try to make all the policy come together in one determined landscape and make sure that there are no contradicting policies, measures. You're not destroying here to rebuild there. I mean, this question of policy coherence is very important because it's like we would be filling a bucket with water, but this bucket has holes, so you keep on filling it, and you never finish to fill it. And when you stop filling it, it's empty again, and you have to begin again the process. So I think it's a general aspect, but I think this aspect is very important to highlight. It goes far beyond the carbon, but I think it's interesting. And then we have seen interesting, innovative development recently, and in the context, for instance, of the One Forest Summit in March, the President Macron asked the GEF to work on a study and mobilized a very high level of experts, and Ximin was one of them, I don't know if I remember correctly, the director of forest of FAO. And these experts come with an interesting study trying to assess the quality of the biodiversity positive carbon credits or nature certificates, kind of two different instruments, and trying to see how this could be used to go beyond the only carbon and integrated the social and biodiversity and water, all the benefit that you can capture in the credit. And this study comes with 10 recommendations. I will not tell them all here now because we don't have time, but it's quite interesting to see how we can try to build on this kind of initiatives to contribute to fill the gap after having, of course, removing the holes in the bucket. So this is one of aspects, these innovative financing tools that are being developed, and I think it's important. Then you have this notion of developing indicators that are linked to the land areas, hectares, and not carbon, because this allows to capture more than carbon. No? You have carbon eventually, but you have many more than that. So developing KPIs with based on hectares, I think also it's something interesting to consider when we think on this. And then there are other initiatives, but all of them are not enough. No, there is no silver bullet. I will not say the KPIs on hectares. Wow, it's great, and you have it, and or the indicators I mentioned. No. So I think it's very important to try to elaborate a combination of different approaches to build a strategy to fill these financing gaps. And we see very interesting developments now regarding what you call project finance for permanence, which are focused on conservation and put together all these different aspects. It can come from tax on the tourism, combined with some eventually carbon credits, with also some other aspects, and all nature swap for
Net for nature.
net for the jobs. Thank you. So you can have an architecture of different approaches to all together that allows to fill the gap. And the GEF has funded this kind of approaches successfully in Brazil, in Colombia, in Peru, and also in Zimbabwe. I think I'm not sure in Africa. But and these are very interesting because it allows sustainability and enough finance in terms of conservation. But beyond conservation, we have also the country package that was coming from the Glasgow Declaration on Forest. And some country package was officially launched during this COP. This goes beyond conservation. It's more forestry widely considered. No? Mm-hmm. So you have this kind of approaches that allow us to put together in a intentionally and nationwide strategy to put together different sources of finance with different sources of actors and donors, and to enable to fill the financing gap.
Pascal, I'm going to have to come back to you for a second round. And give the floor now to C4, Dr. Christophe. One of the 4 pillars of the call to action is science and data. And that connects to the KPI point that Pascal was mentioning. Can you tell us a little bit more about what C4 is doing to support that pillar of the CPF?
Yes, thank you very much, and thanks for the invitation. Thanks to the organizers. Apologies from our CEO, Dr. Eliane Ubalijoro. She's right now speaking or waiting to speak in the plenary, so she couldn't be here, which maybe can be understood. So I'm happy to be here and replace her, maybe not completely, but in a way. So for us, I mean, what we see is that forests are very high on the political agenda, yet you don't see results in terms of keeping forests standing. We still see high deforestation rates everywhere, and part of this might be the fact that due to the fact that forests are on the political agenda for partly the wrong reasons. We can only expect forests are only land use forest and land use is responsible for 13–15% of the emissions. So you cannot expect it to be responsible for the whole package. Forests are there because you can grow a positive sink for carbon. That could be big, up to 25% of the emissions, but it will take time to build that. And if you have seen the land gap report that has been put together by partners of us in Sharm el-Sheikh and actually has been updated 1 week before this COP, there is hardly enough land to fulfill all the pledges from countries for forest restoration, because simply the intentions are too big, and also it will come too late. It will take years and years to grow this forest, and it will come too late to have a measurable impact in 2030 or shortly thereafter. So these things are important to consider. And second, that same thing means that if forests are only important for 30% of the emissions, they're probably much more important for adaptation, for ecosystem services on which everything depends. And some have been saying forests are our best technology so far. Nature is our best technology, and we have to go back and respecting that. In terms of what we can do or what we are doing in terms of strengthening the 4 pillars of the call to action is actually, yes, you're right, we work on data and research, but we do this to support all these 4 pillars. We work on forest policies. We have been doing the longest study of REDD+, the global comparative study of REDD+, and Amy here in the room and others have been part of this and can tell us what a long undertaking that was and what an interesting undertaking, and also how much we were able to actually engage with countries on this, with all actors in the countries, with NGOs, with policymakers and so on, at the various levels, national level, local level, municipal level, and so on. And so these kind of things we are doing, and it's sometimes very difficult to put that in terms of impact, because what is the impact of 15 years of research where some countries now are doing better policies? It's still not yet translating into forests saved, because that is still the funding has still not come. The results-based funding in many places has not yet come. So it's sometimes hard to put this into numbers. Second, we make all our data public, so they are publicly available, at least after the study is concluded. And so we urge our partners to also follow up on this. And in terms of improved finance, I would like to say our bucket doesn't have holes, so be happy if somebody comes in filling it, because research requires money and working with partners requires money, and actually our research is not academic research. We work for academic inputs on the research, we work with partners in developing countries where the well-funded universities are that have all the equipment, all the experts and so on. But our research is actually very oriented towards supporting country partners in their actions, because we cannot achieve the impact, they have to achieve the impact. We are just too small. It has to be done in the countries on the ground. And
Christoph, may
yeah.
I ask you to wrap up the
Yeah,
first
just
round?
one sentence. Yeah.
Absolutely.
And finally, the communications and awareness and capacity development is very important for us. You may know the Global Landscapes Forum that we are organizing for many years, and as a platform to exchange ideas, exchange knowledge, and we take that very seriously. I stop here.
Thank you very much. And while I think that we will all take that bucket analogy with us, ITTO is a very special partner of the CPF. You work more on the sustainable use, on the trading, on those aspects. Is that bucket empty or is it full?
First, you have very difficult question. What is legality or sustainability? First, I like to, convey the approach from the executive director. Sham Chakru should be here, but she's currently engaged in another event like for executive director. And I'm currently the heading of the Division of Forest Management, IT Secretariat. And I like convey the Sham Sakru, the 1 minute some message. She prepared a very short message, so she applauds once again. So she conveyed this message. We at ITT are very passionate about the effective implementation of sustainable traffic forest management as a vital pathway, as a climate resilient future. Protecting the conservation forest more effectively and managing production forest more responsibly are key. And timber is eco-friendly and vital for carbon neutral and circular bioeconomy. Generating sustainable revenue from forests ensure their preservation, safeguard them from competing land uses by making product forests sustainably, along with sustainable forest investment. We keep them safe and from other land uses. ITTO, established in 1986, is fully committed to collaborating closely with the member of the CPF. Our shared goal is to continue to advance the best practice of SFM for the full range of the benefit which forests offer in economy, society, and environment. That's the message. Just I'd like to add 1 minute, somehow the honor from our keynote speaker, Embrapa. ITTO also, we are working in Amazon and Congo Basin, in the Mekong and Hatoponia. Next week I'll go to Belém, Brazil, to Embrapa. So your message, I think, is very clear. Our indigenous group, our farmers, smallholder, I think they are looking forward more the income generation. This is very much the kind of the essential. So how do we bring up the need? I think this is the tremendous challenge. All the CPF members, I think the CPF more the policy-oriented research, also Jeff also providing a lot of the activity. ITT also we are working together, all members. But how to, I think, enhance, scale up some of the effort to bring up the economic or social, the resilience for the future. Thank you. I like to step here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So back to the bankers, back to the financiers. Let's say, Pascal, maybe you can give us a 2-minute overview of the future prospects of how the GEF can support those 4 pillars of the climate call to action.
Yes, thank you. I will be very quick because I know that the time is limited. Basically, we have been supported. We have been the most important conservation fund, I think, in the world, and we will continue to do so. We have this huge program that we are elaborating now, which is called Amazon, Congo, and Critical Forest Biome Program. 28 countries representing nearly 90% of the primary forest in the world, who, by the way, are the most carbon and biodiversity and indigenous people and many social aspects too. So through this program, which is composed by 5 sub-regional programs, each of these sub-programs includes an important project, regional project for the coordination. And this is a place where we can innovate, when we can try to put on board different stakeholders that are not necessarily in the region or in the topics, this is really, and they are very well funded. It depends on the region, but it's $10 million for the Amazon. It's 8 million, I think, for Mesoamerica. So this is a place, it's for coordination, it's for exchange knowledge and so on. But I think this is where exactly we can try to reach out the right stakeholders to improve the way we are financing the sustainability the stability of our forest. So I think this is really what we have ahead in the GEF. And of course, we'll continue to work following up on what we have been doing on this kind of certificates and so on. And also what with the good examples that we have developed so far, including through programs, when I mentioned this project finance for permanence. We'll continue to support this and try to scale up in other countries that are ready to do so. So more or less, it's what we plan to do with scaling and enriching the work that we have been doing, putting more aspects, elements in the system of what we are supporting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pascal. Over to Christopher. Same question. 2 minutes, forward-looking. How will C4 support the pillars of the call to action?
Yeah, in part through the things I have been mentioning, but also forward-looking, we're looking more into questions of carbon finance, biodiversity finance, and certification, trying to also engage more closely with the private sector in terms of what can we do with them and for them. We're also looking at digitalization, artificial intelligence, and how can we harness these technologies in a good way, because sometimes it seems that technologies are again available more in the developed part of the world than in the global south, and so we need to bridge that divide, and that's what we work for, and actually making, working against this imbalance in the levels and trying to harmonize these things.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Christopher. And over to Maong, ITTO.
Yes.
Forward-looking.
Yeah, moving forward, we'll work with the other CP member, also partner. Particularly, ITTO not like a bank, not a research organization. So we are working closely. So ITTO is like the action-oriented organization. I have been the last 27 years in ITTO. Now I'll retire very soon. But this action-oriented on the ground, I think this is ITTO mandate, and particularly one of the priority at the moment, we like to promote legal and supply chain. Somehow the legality is a very, very difficult challenge of many developing countries, particularly the producing countries. So how to ensure the legal production of the timber and non-timber product. I believe such a certification mechanism will be also very useful to add the ecosystem service when you certify. I think forest sector, we are somehow ITTO, one of the organization pioneer, criteria indicator to assess sustainability. So I think the ITTO will continue working with our member, particularly this legality, sustainability. In order to do that, I think the challenge, the dream, the concentration, more how to promote the sustainable wood use. We are working very closely with the FAO, Sustainable Wood for Sustainable Future. So Dr. Uzamin and Marina, and also FAO colleague, and also I saw that my colleague, one of the Bali, from Sustainable Bamboo. Yeah. So many colleagues here. So I think the legality, sustainability, our challenges. So ITTO will accelerate our partnership to promote, particularly the also inclusion of the private sector. ITTO also very closely working with the private sector. So we are really private sector and research also, the government also, particularly the banker, we like work together. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you very much to all the esteemed panelists and our two opening keynote addresses. I will not do any justice if I were to summarize that. However, some key elements, I think, policy coherence is very critical. science that feeds into policy, into behavior change, into communication is absolutely fundamental. The sustainable dimension, the legality dimension, bioeconomy that is emerging as a major, major trend across tropical forest countries is also very fundamental. And as you have said, Maria Elena, bringing forests at the core of discussions on food security, on health, on other dimensions where people may think that has nothing to do with forests is actually quite critical. Now, this morning, UNEP launched the State of Finance for Nature report that goes exactly back to the example of the bucket. We've assessed how much funding is going for nature-based solutions to achieve the 3 Rio Conventions. The figure is 200 billion. And in general, I get a wow, like wow. Now, this year we've innovated because it's the 3rd iteration of the report. And we have assessed how much funding is actually directly negatively impacting nature. 7 trillion. Can I have a big wow? So indeed, we are in a situation where the bucket is being filled on one hand, but emptied, like not with holes, cut down on the other end, and really emptying. I really, really hope that CPF, as a collective, as a big partnership, powerful partnership, will help to change that. And with that, I would like to hand over to Ms. Juliette Biao, my sister and my friend, co-chair of the CPF and Director General of the UNFF. Juliette.
Thank you so much, DDGFAO, distinguished delegates, esteemed colleague from the CPF. Good afternoon. I think I will not really talk about the empty basket because you've done with it really in a proper manner. But from the strong remarks of, from the DDGFAO to the panelists, I heard same key message. Forests provide more than storing carbon. And it is our responsibility to bring to the attention of policymakers the whole ecosystem services that forests provide that are not visible to us and to the policymakers. It is also important to scale up for greater impact. While looking at scaling up, we will need to enrich what we are doing. And for that, all stakeholders may come together. Science in policy interface is critical. We need fact, and we need also policies. At the same time, when the countless benefits of services of forests are being called upon to serve a global sustainable development, the role of the collaborative partnership of forests and their support to the UN Forum on Forests has never been more important. Now more than ever, we need to take decisive action to support sustainable management of our forests so that forests can fulfill their full potential in supporting the well-being of people and restoring the health of the planet. We must leverage these opportunities to deliver the promise of a greener, inclusive, and sustainable future. In this regard, the CPF Joint Call to Action provides an additional avenue for the CPF to assist countries in overcoming the challenges that prevent the protection, restoration, and sustainable management of the world's forests. This is a momentum being built to address these critical challenges to tap into potential of forests. In March 2023, the UN Secretary General presented at all hands on deck climate action acceleration agenda to supercharge efforts to cut emissions and mobilize support to keep the goal of 1.5 degree alive. In October, 2023. Leaders, experts, and scientists from the Amazon, Congo, and Southeast Asian forest basin countries met at the second summit of the three basins and emphasized the need for cooperation and knowledge sharing across these regions to protect these tropical forests. In August 2023, leaders from 8 Amazonian nations sent a strong signal to step up their effort by agreeing to create an alliance to protect the world's largest rainforest. Building on this momentum, we need innovative and holistic solutions that enable us to meet our immediate needs without sacrificing the need of future generations. The only way this will happen is if we break down existing operational silos and work together to develop cross-sectoral responses. Today's event was a step in that direction by bringing together CPF members to share their insight and identify areas for collaborative action. We will only achieve our shared vision for a more sustainable world in 2030 if we work together in the true spirit of partnership. I now would like to conclude by inviting all of you to the forthcoming session of the UN Forum on Forests. This forthcoming 90th session of the Forum will convene in May 2024 at the UN headquarters in New York. At this session, the Forum will undertake the midterm review of the effectiveness of the International Arrangement on Forests and will adopt the quadrennial program of work of the Forum for 2025-2028. As we stand at the halfway point of the implementation of the 2030 Agenda and the United Nations Strategic Framework for Forests 2030, the midterm review of the International Arrangement of Forests provide a unique opportunity to assess the effectiveness of the current arrangement to support the accelerated progress toward the achievement of the SDGs and the global forest goals of the United Strategic Plan for Forests by 2030. Ms. DDG, allow me to recognize the presence of my chair here, my boss, my first boss. The UNFF Secretariat stand ready to, under your leadership, to do this part to strengthen our effort to facilitate dialogues and mobilize action with all partners through the collaborative partnership for forests. I thank you for your attention.
Colleagues, esteemed audience, esteemed speakers, please join me in giving a humongous clap to the partnership, to our speakers, to all of our speakers. Thank you very, very much. This is the start of a long journey to implement the call to action. So looking forward to working with all of the partnership. And if I may, I would like to invite all representatives of the CPF to join us here for a family picture. Thank you. Yes.
Good afternoon to everyone here and on those watching us online. Welcome back to the UNEP Pavilion. Today we are celebrating a very important topic, forest and land use. So today is our Forest and Land Use Day. It's been a very busy day. This morning we had a lot of sessions. First, we started talking about the huge financial gaps, but also the humongous opportunities for nature-based solutions. Then we moved on to using this toolbox of solutions, such as monitoring, safeguards, carbon markets, indigenous people, and local participation. And we moved on to having heard some very successful examples of restoring ecosystems worldwide and how we are using different innovative approaches from changes in behavior to innovative financing mechanisms. And finally, we closed the loop with looking at the full scale of forest climate action, but looking beyond carbon and realizing that untapped potential of forests to combat climate change. And now for this panel, I would like to welcome you all. It's a very special one where you would see something that probably you've never seen before, and it's going to take you to a special place in the heart of the Amazon. I will now hand over to Mr. Gabriel Abate to do his opening remarks.
Thanks very much, Katrina, and welcome to the UNEP Pavilion. This is our house, this is your house, and it's a pleasure to have you with us today. This is an event of the Interface Rainforest Initiative. This is a project that is financed by Norway. It's really one of the most interesting things that I see in the house at the moment. We talk about land use change, deforestation, sustainable use of forest. In the end, it's really a choice of people. It's a choice of people taking decisions about how we use the forest. It's a choice of people about how we vote, who will represent our interest when we talk about this particular subject. And there are many ways to access the audience out there. UNEP is an agency that feels comfortable talking the language of science, language of numbers, of facts. But we also realize that you go that far, that there is a large group of people out there that may discuss and may see this problem from a different angle and using a different set of values. Perhaps aligning with what we want to do, but really having the conversation using a different tone, using different variables, using different facts. And the interface has presence in 5 countries: Brazil, Colombia, Peru, Indonesia, the Democratic Republic of Congo. And it's an effort to speak environment using the language of faith, using the language of beliefs. Things that we are not going to decide based on a cost economic, on a cost-benefit analysis. Things that we are not going to decide that we do or we do not because carbon markets could be functioning, or because there is an agreement at the UNFCCC. It's because these are things we believe, and we do them because they are right. And we are really happy to count with the national directors. We have Carlos here that I will give the floor very, very soon. And these are amazing people at reaching this audience and discussing with them how much leeway we have as a society to decide the fate of what the Creator put on earth for us. At the same time, not everybody has been in a tropical forest and could experience the beauty, the greatness of walking in a forest that has, a few thousand years to develop. And IRI, that's the Interface Rainforest Initiative, embarked in an incredible work, which was to bring the forest to where you are. So soon, in the second part of this event, back there, we will have, I think it's about 12 of these things you put on your eyes. 9 of them are in 3 dimensions. You will be able to look around, navigate the forest. But there are 3 that will also include smells. How does a forest smell? I've been there a few times. I don't remember. I couldn't describe to you how it smells. So you will have the opportunity to experience that. So I'm very happy to open this event, give the floor to Carlos, who is doing an amazing job in Brazil. Carlos, the floor is all yours.
Thank you, Gabriel. I would like to ask you, how many people speak Spanish or understand Spanish here? In Portuguese? Okay. Okay. My English is not so good, but I will try to express. Then we will have some speech in Portuguese, and we will have the support of Felipe. Sorry, I'm very tired. So, I would like to thank all of you to come here, and I would like to thank you for having the presence of Cacique Almir Suruí, Raquel Tupinambá, Cacique Raquel Tupinambá, the inventor Cláudia Galvão. And I would like to share with you some ideas why we decided to use this technology, metaverse technology, to use in our awareness program. First of all, Amazon rainforest is an abstraction for 90% of the Brazilian population. 90% of the Brazilian population live far, very far from the Amazon rainforest. Even people that live in the Amazon rainforest, almost around 80% of the population lives in the cities. In most of the city don't have forest around. Especially for the young generation, the forest is an abstraction too. So we believe in a very popular knowledge. This knowledge says, if you don't love something, you don't care something. But you can't care and love something if you don't know. So we decided to use this technology to show people a sample of the experience to be inside the forest, to see their beauty, their importance, its importance. And but people need to understand that the forest is the home of the indigenous peoples, is the home of the traditional communities. The forest is not a place where the animals are eating each other all the time, where the snakes can attack you all the time. The forest is the place where people can live and be happy and have happiness there. So we think that Amazon rainforest is in so high dangerous situation. We are very close to the tipping point, and we need to mobilize much, much more than we have now, the Brazilian population, the young people, the religion leaders, all the population, to love the forest. People need to love the forest, need to respect, need to value it, and people need to understand much, much more than now the importance of the indigenous people in local communities. Their knowledges, their contribution, the protection, whole of kind of knowledges and technologies, local technologies, traditional technologies that they are developing. So we had the amazing honor to have Raquel Tupinambá as a guest in the forest, receiving people in their home, in her home, and to show people what the Amazon rainforest is. And this is the first important gift that we had. Then we had another gift to meet Cláudia Galvão. She's a very special Brazilian woman. She is an inventor, and she developed the first digital smell in the world. She has the international patent until 2039. International, the patent is hers. And she is putting this knowledge, this invention in service of the humanity. And she will talk a little bit about this. So until now, we showed the film for about directly, as you will have the experience, 40,000 people in Brazil in 1 year. We made a lot of agreement with museums, schools, NGOs, and churches. We shared this equipment, and we made a scientific study to measure, to understand if the emotion that the film creates, if it moves people to do actions, practical actions, in favor of the protection of the forest and in defense of the rights of the indigenous people, local communities. And the result was amazing. I would like to share only one example. In this study, we asked people if they donate money to support the Yanoa, no. I'm sorry. I forgot the name. The indigenous groups of Roraima, Yanomamis. If people can donate money, but not if people want to donate, but people need to donate in front of us at the same time. And 20% of these people donate when we ask for support to the Yanomami protection. After seeing the film, 10 minutes only, the number increased 50%. It goes to 30% of the population. If we think, if 20% of the people donate money based in the cultural situation in Brazil, but if we can increase this number in 50% after 10 minutes, having an immersive experience, we are talking about a very important tool to increase or to improve our education, awareness strategies in different aspects in the schools and the NGOs and the other parts. So I would like to thank you for supporting my words in English. And now I would like to invite Raquel Tupinambá to share with you how was the experience to be the stars of this movie and to give all of us the amount of love that she has for the forest. Thank you. You are this floor. Yes.
Yandecaruca, Cianamaitá, Nhingatu, dizer boa tarde, ou olá, pessoas, como vocês estão. Eu sou Raquel Tupinambá e, enquanto mulher indígena da Amazônia, quero trazer aqui a mensagem para vocês de que o fortalecimento e a disseminação da cosmovisão, do modo de vida das populações indígenas na Amazônia é fundamental, é essencial ao enfrentamento à emergência climática.
Well, good evening. My name is Raquel Tupinambá. As an indigenous woman, I would I will bring the cosmovision of an indigenous community from the Amazon region to this event.
Como todos nós sabemos, o que nós, povos indígenas, já sabíamos há muito tempo, mas que a academia tem comprovado, a maior floresta tropical do mundo, a Amazônia, é também fruto da interação com as populações humanas.
As we already know for a long time, but the science has proved all the knowledge that the Amazon forest brings play a huge role in the contribution to indigenous people.
Nossos ancestrais estão vivendo na Amazônia há pelo menos 15 mil anos e um processo aí de interação. Temos, por exemplo, as terras pretas de índio, solo antropogênico muito rico em nutrientes, um processo longo de domesticação de plantas, né, mais de cerca de 200 espécies aí, como, por exemplo, a castanha, o xi, entre muitas outras.
Our ancestors has been living in these lands for more than 15,000 years and having a relationship with the forest, involving the knowledge that these plants and these species in the forest bring, such as the castanha, and the role that they can play in our lives.
Então, por isso, nós dizemos que esse processo aí de enfrentamento à emergência climática precisa passar por esse fortalecimento do modo de vida indígena. Sabemos aí do processo muito forte de colonização que aconteceu ao longo desses anos. Então, como vamos fazer isso, né? Como vamos sensibilizar as pessoas? Então, acredito que essa mensagem é muito trazida, né, em Amazônia Viva, realidade virtual.
That's why we acknowledge that our knowledge should be considered in this whole process of tackling the climate crisis, and this is one of the things that Amazon Viva will try to focus in the following, in the video.
Que para mim o que é muito importante e marcante desse trabalho, que para além da floresta que a gente consegue se conectar, né, ver, estar lá a partir de assistir o filme, a gente consegue também entender que a floresta, se a floresta está em pé, porque tem uma cosmovisão por trás, tem um povo junto, tem uma cultura, uma religião que precisa continuar viva para que a floresta se mantenha viva.
One of the things that I like from this video, apart from the fact that everything that we will see, the forest, is that behind this, there's also a culture, a cosmovision of the indigenous people living there, and this is one of the most important aspects that we will see in the video.
Então, o projeto tem esse propósito de trazer para quem não consegue, não pode e não tem a possibilidade de estar na Amazônia, de conhecer a Amazônia, de ver as árvores, de sentir o seu cheiro, esse cheiro que é de uma floresta, e lembrar das pessoas, e assim poder estar contribuindo aí para que essa floresta continue viva.
So this project is really a good opportunity for those people that cannot have a contact with the Amazon forest to size the magnitude of it and really get to even smell what the rainforest smells and and this is very important, and I hope you all enjoy it.
Muito obrigada, que vocês tenham uma ótima experiência aí vendo o filme.
Muito obrigado, Toya, for your words. We appreciate that. And now it's a great pleasure to welcome the chief of the Surui people. He's with us. He is the cacique Shai. I hope I'm pronouncing the name well. Almir Surui, and please, the floor is all yours.
Tá bom. Boa tarde a todos. Primeiramente, quero agradecer o convite, Carlos, pela essa oportunidade.
Good evening to all. First of all, I want to thank the invite for this, Carlos. Thank you for the opportunity.
Eu quero somente parabenizar todas as pessoas que envolvidas para a construção desse filme Amazônia Viva, né? Então, porque isso pode conscientizar o mundo sobre o que é a Amazônia.
I want to congratulate all the people involved in this project, because this project really has the power to bring what the Amazon shows and brings to the people that don't live there.
A gente só dá valor quando a gente conhece as coisas, né? Então eu acho que ainda o mundo precisa conhecer o potencial da Amazônia sobre a contribuição dela para o mundo.
We only value things when we know them. So I still think that the world needs to know the Amazon and understand the contribution that it brings to the world.
E que bom que a tecnologia é dos instrumentos que pode facilitar para que a Amazônia chegue aqui mais ou menos viva, né?
And how good that the technology is one of the instruments that can perhaps allow us to stay, allow it to make it still alive.
Porque está totalmente ameaçada, né? E espero que esse filme ajude a salvar a Amazônia. Então, muito obrigado pela essa oportunidade que eu pudesse dar esse meu depoimento aqui. Favor em defesa da Amazônia e de pessoas que vivem também lá, que são povos indígenas, e mais de 26, 27 milhões de pessoas que vivem na Amazônia. Obrigado.
So the Amazon is in danger, and I hope that this video can play a role in safeguarding this environment, and I hope you all enjoy the video.
Muito obrigado, Chief. We do hope that, the Amazon will make it alive. Because if not, we are really in big troubles. I would like to invite the video director, if in online. Okay, please.
Hello, my name is Estevão Chavata, director of Amazonia Viva. It's a great pleasure to be here with you and sharing the immersive experience Amazonia Viva now with smells of the forest, so you can be there and feel inside your brain how it's to be in the forest with a great cacique to leading you to a journey inside the forest. The idea of the film is to bring the awareness of the importance of love, of being part of the forest, being part of the nature, how is to be inside this creation that took over billion of years in this planet. So it's a wonderful work, a wonderful place that we can't live without it. So the idea of this project is to share this feeling and mobilize people that don't know the forest, that don't live inside the forest, to feel how it is to be inside this place with the Amazon indigenous people and all that surrounds this atmosphere. So enjoy and let's save our lives and the planet.
Sí. Okay, I have been informed that we count in the room with the granddaughter of Chico Mendes. She's Angelica Mendes, and we will, please, could you join us in the panel? It's a great honor to have you here.
Boa tarde, pessoal. Também vou precisar de tradução.
Ok, então vamos devagarinho aí.
Então, boa tarde. Eu sou Angélica Mendes, sou filha da Ângela Mendes, que é a atual presidente do Comitê Chico Mendes, neta do Chico Mendes. Lá no Acre, a gente está...
Good evening, my name is Angelica Mendes. I am granddaughter, what's your mother's name?
Ângela Mendes.
Angela Mendes, and granddaughter of Chico Mendes. Yeah.
E lá no Acre, junto ao Comitê Chico Mendes,
And in Acre, together with the committee of Chico Mendes,
nós estamos dando continuidade à luta do meu avô.
we're continuing the battle that my grandfather has started
Para manter a Amazônia viva.
to keep the Amazon alive. Yeah.
E a gente trabalha muito no viés de dar continuidade às reservas extrativistas e ao projeto junto com as comunidades tradicionais, principalmente da Amazônia.
So we work in a line of giving the continuity to the work of extractivist reserves and the sustainable development of the Amazon.
E a Aliança dos Povos da Floresta, que foi iniciada por ele em 85, entendendo que compartilhamos do mesmo planeta, temos os mesmos problemas quando a gente está falando de Amazônia.
And the Alliance of Forestry People that has been started by him in 1985, understanding that we have the same problems, we need to care of the same planet.
E é muito importante contar com vários aliados que a gente vem colhendo durante esse caminho, de diferentes percursos.
So it's very important to count with all these partners that we have been finding in this process.
O IRI, Amazônia Viva, é um desses, e eu gostaria de agradecer.
And the IRI is one important partner, so I really want to thank you.
Minha blusa.
Thank you, Angelica. And just a note, for those of you in the audience that do not know the history of Chico Mendes, he was a defender of the forest, he was a defender of the rights of indigenous people, and he paid the ultimate price for that. He was killed doing that. And now I would like.
But I will add, Gabriel, that his memory is so much alive. Even the Ministry of Environment, the responsible body for conservation, has his name. So, yeah, Chico Mendes is alive.
And now I would like to invite. actually the person that came up with the idea of adding the 4D to the experience, smell a forest. She's Claudia Galbao. Claudia, please, floor is yours.
Good afternoon. I am Claudia. I am the founder of a startup in Brazil. The name is Noir. I'm an inventor, and my expertise is in nanotechnology, mainly on the microencapsulation of scent oils for the world of perfumery. Noir means to be in the air in Portuguese, symbolizes the invisible yet essential presence of technology in our lives, just as Amazonia forest benefits all humanity in an invisible way. Like every inventor, I had a dream to change the world with my inventions. Many important things are invisible to our eyes. God, love, peace, happiness. The invisible permeates our lives and defines the future of humanity. So it made sense for me to use nanotechnology for create new things. After all, nanotechnology involves dimensions not seen with our eyes, requiring a microscope to view them. We have developed the world's first tablet with smell deliveries, a technology that we have patented, as Vicente told you. It's a sort of pride for a technology startup in Brazil, led by a woman, which is very difficult there. This device is not just a disruptive invention. It has significant practical applications, particularly in public health, in diagnosis and treatment of disease related to the sense of smell, and serve as early indicator for disease like Parkinson's and Alzheimer's. It is the first device in the world to measure smell and build a population-wide database. COVID comes with many questions. Did people who lost their sense of smell previously smell well? We don't know. Has anyone here had an olfactory test? Probably no. Smell is so powerful that it can get smiles from patients with Alzheimer's in a terminal stage. They may not remember the exact event, but they can feel the emotion of it. And according to the doctors, this sensation stays with the patients for at least half an hour. But before my contact with the Amazon, I didn't not work with smells in health. My work was only with fine perfumery. And where is the link between perfumes, the forest, and health? When the Zika pandemic hit Brazil, I was invited to a challenge. Disease transmitted by mosquitoes were the #1 cause of child death in the Amazon. But the children there didn't want to use repellents. For them, the dangers come from jaguars, snakes, big animals, that they can see the animals. But mosquito, so small, why protect against them? The disease transmitted by mosquitoes were the reason I began my journey with the forest. How could I put all this together in a playful way with art and love? Because in my opinion, it is the most powerful way to teach. The idea came. We created a children's kit in collaboration with writer Ronaldo Barcelos. This kit includes books from the Amazon worlds, crayons, and superhero capes. And we incorporate microcaps of natural repellent oils. So when the kids read the book, moving the page, or movie with the capes, they can break the microcapsules, and then the smell comes and it becomes a repellent. The nano-encapsulation increases the efficacy of natural oils, making them last for 2 hours, similar to the compounds of synthetic repellents. That's why the magic, in my opinion. So as the children read the books, they are protecting themselves. They are playing and protecting themselves. I began to show those children the good side and the bad side of the invisible. And it was incredible. When Carlos introduced me to the Amazonia Viva project, I fell in love with the beauty and emotional movie. I realized that the experience needs something very different. So one more sense to become unforgettable. With this, we developed an accessory for the 3D glasses, transforming the movie into an unprecedented 4D experience. So I think it's the first time in the world you're going to have this experience. And thank you. And I'm so proud to launch this technology to Amazonia with Amazonia. But this is not the biggest challenge. It means the device. The real challenge was create sense for specific parts of the movie. They had to be defined by the protagonist and indigenous Rachel that was here with us. That's a lot of responsibility. But it worked well, thank you God. And we are here to offer you the opportunity to walk through a truly alive forest. Because the smell is alive and transformed into people according to the experience from which one are made. So I believe when you watch the movie with the smell, each one is gonna have a unique experience because the smell is alive, like the forest is alive for all eternity. It is an honor for me to be part of this incredible project, which uses the sense of smell to connect people deeply and emotionally with the nature and the culture of the Amazon. We hope this smell penetrates each one of us and contributes to people developing a strong feeling of appreciation and value for the forest and empathy for the indigenous peoples and traditional communities, helping to care for it and respect the rights of its people. We are here to join all people working to make this dream come true. Thank you.
So I would like to make 4 invitations for you now. But before, I would like to mention some very special presence here. We have the Interface Rainforest Initiative in 5 countries: Brazil, Colombia, Peru, Democratic Republic of Congo, Indonesia, and we have 2 national facilitators. I would invite you to stand up. Laura and Blanca. Laura is from Peru, and Blanca is from Colombia. And we have many partners that are supporting Interface in the Rainforest Initiative in Brazil, as, for example, Casa Galileia, Bruna, Amazon, Scientific Institution, Religions Institution, many groups, many representatives here. But talking about the invitation, one of the invitations is to help us to complete the trilogy. This Amazonia Viva represents the love, but we need to make the horrible and the happiness. The horrible will be the film where you is like you is inside the forest in the moment where the forest is being destroyed. You can see and watch and smell the horrible, the tragedy, the ecocide. And this film is not to show force normal people, but this film is, we need to show this film for people that has strong and high responsibility for this situation. Politicians, governments, businessmen, judges, parliamentarians. And the third film is the hopeless. People need to know the good experiences that we have in the Amazon. Experience where people are getting better quality of life, protect the forest, generate incomes, generate tax, generate, protect the cultures, the local and local communities. So we need to show the people that this reality already exists in the Amazon. The Amazon, there is no only cattle ranchings, soya plantations, and mining. The Amazon has a lot of good experiences in good business, a good local project that can create the new model of development in the Amazon. This is the first invitation. The second invitation is to use this film. We made the film to share with all different organizations around the world. We made the film in English, Spanish, French, and for language of Sino. And now we are doing in Chinese or in Mandarin and the other languages. This film we made to share free how different institutions can use in its different strategies and activities. And the third invitation is to be part of the presentation now. We talked a lot, but I think you are here to have the experience. So behind you, we have two different spaces. One space is with this very special device with smell. And for seeing, first of all, this smell in the world, we would like to invite Cacique Almir Surui, would like to invite Neidinha Surui and Shai Surui. They represent a family that are involved in different generations with the same dream and with the same fight, the same example for the world. And for us, it's an honor to have all of you together with us, and we would like to offer you the privilege to be the first people that see the film. And behind this device is in three chairs behind you. And behind this three chairs, we have 9 other chairs, and you will see the film stand up. And this device that have no smell device, but you can have the experience with the smell after. I suppose we will have a line, and you are invited to be part of this line. So I transfer the floor for Gabriel. Thank you.
Thanks, Carlos, and it's time to wrap up this part of the event. Before doing that, I would like to thank again our panelists. Thanks so much for being with us. I would like to thank you for attending this session. Thank you. Special thanks to the Interface Rainforest Initiative directors that you do such a wonderful job. Thank you, Carlos. Thank you, Blanca. Thank you, Laura. And with that, we invite you to experience how it is to be inside of a tropical forest. Thank you.